Greetings, travelers. Welcome to another episode 641 of Bible Study Devotional BMX Learning, particularly in the disciplines and mysteries of flatland BMX, which some of these tricks are very strange because they don't have many how-tos. There's actually tons of flatland tricks with no how-tos. It's actually absurd to me. And then some of the how-tos, if you look up some of these tricks on the how-tos, some of the how-tos, they don't even tell you what to do. They just show you the trick. It's like, what in the world, bro? You ain't gonna say anything. Like, you ain't gonna give any tips on how you learned it. Any sort of bike geometry tips. I think that's one of the biggest confusions I've had about learning flatland. Actually, is the whole geometry aspect. Nobody's actually told me what certain geometries have done for certain tricks, like the geometries of the forks. I mean, we got all the way up to like 30 millimeter, all the way down to 0 millimeter. We got like different stem lengths. We got different bar geometries of up sweep, back sweep. We got seat heights. We got crank lengths. We got top tube lengths. We got back end lengths. We got free coaster or cassette. How tight you run your chain, how much PSI is in your tires, how do you clean your rim for certain brake tricks. Certain brake tricks you want to feather your brakes, so you don't want to clean your rim to where they like stop completely. You want to have it like kind of not working as much so you can feather a trick. It's just really weird. These are kind of the things that now I have heard some people talk about it on Global Flat, but on Global Flat it's just all like text based. It's not really like pictures and videos. It's kind of odd. It's kind of like figuring out a giant puzzle, honestly. One of the fun things about learning flatland. But anyway, let's get into the Bible study devotional. And today, on this episode, we're going to get into a topic which I actually don't know too much about. I just had kind of a thought earlier today. I was like, you know what? How do prophets gain insight into future events? That's what we could even look into what is prophecy. How do prophets even get this information, right? Even if we look into parts of Revelation and parts of Daniel and parts of I think even Ezekiel, I'm pretty sure I'm missing a lot of other ones, but there was a bunch of prophecies for future events that were to take place. So that's what we're going to get into today. And so, yeah, by the way, this is our phone cooling thing that we made. I drilled this piece of aluminum into this piece of wood, and so this is actually cooling my phone. So now this aluminum is very, very cold. And now what we're going to do is we're going to place this phone right behind this piece of aluminum. And it has been cooling my phone down, surprisingly, without actually having direct ice on it. So here we go. There we go. We got that going. I hope you guys are doing good. Hopefully the stream is even working. I don't even know if the stream's even working. But I guess let's just get into it, right? So we're going to get into, I guess let's just look up the question. How do prophets get, what should we type in? How do prophets get future information? Is that what we should type in? Let's see if anything comes up. How do prophets get future information? Get future information. Now, one of the reasons why I also kind of want to what up, Prices? What up, bro? How you doing, man? Today we're getting into prophets. Now, one of the reasons why I kind of wanted to touch on this subject is that there was this one pastor on the, no, he's not really, actually, I don't know if he's a pastor or something, but he's one of these like Christian YouTuber guys, right? And he's basically saying, like, he's overhearing a lot of, there's actually not, I think there's a whole sect, like literally SECT sect of believers that are really about, like, you know when you hear some believers and they go, oh, the Lord told me this, and he told me that this is going to happen on this date, like this, and the Lord's telling me, or like the Holy Spirit's telling me to say stuff like this. Now the thing is this one, there's actually kind of multiple guys talking about it, and they're saying that we need to be very careful when we hear believers say stuff like that, right? Because imagine if I were to say, like, oh, God told me exactly to tell you guys this on this certain date, do boom, 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 like all stuff like that, right? And then that date happens, and then it doesn't happen. That's going to cause a whole big rift. And so basically some of these pastors are saying, like, or these other believers are saying, we should be somewhat careful when we hear the words, God told me to tell you that, like, exactly this, or he, like, stuff like this. So that started getting me thinking, okay, well, wasn't that just what prophets were doing back in the day, right? Like, that's what prophets were doing, right? So that's kind of what got me into thinking about all that stuff. Let's see here. I'm trying to find maybe we should go into what is prophecy, right? Like, what is prophecy? Maybe that's what we should go into, because there's really not many good commentaries coming up on the question that I put in. So let's put in, what is prophecy? And, okay, so interesting. So we typed in, how did prophets get future knowledge? These are some of the commentaries that did come up. What is prophecy? What does it mean to prophesy? What is the spiritual gift of prophecy? Now, I guess before we even get into this, let's look at some verses. I'm just going to type in prophecy Bible verses. Bible verses. Because I actually do remember there is one verse that says that we should actually be, like, seeking to prophesy or something like that. It sounds, let's see if I can find it. Seeking to prophesy. Prophecy. That is such a strange word, huh? Prophecy. I don't even know how to spell it correctly. Prophecy, Bible verses. So we're going to read some verses on prophecy. Let's see if we can think of anything. So this little relay thing is, I'm just going to read some verses. I just typed in prophecy, Bible verses, right? Such a strange thing to think about. And, so when I think about prophecy, right, there is this strange thing that I have thought about, right? If you have your Bibles, you can turn into Psalms 37. And we've done many Bible studies on Psalms 37, right? But in Psalms 37, it goes saying something along the lines, let's see here. The steps of a man are established by the Lord when he delights his way, right? So not only this, but there's some other verses that go into the Lord going before us, that he is establishing our steps. He is helping to guide us, like he is going before us, right? So it kind of makes me wonder, like, do you think that God or the Lord Jesus Christ, like, are they able to go into the future? Like, is this how some of these prophets learned about future events, because God already foreknew what was going to happen in the future, or was already in the future and then just told these guys way in the past about this, right? It's just super odd, man. Super strange, and it's super weird. I haven't really heard too many pastors, like, talk about it, but just think if you really just think about prophecy, dude, that is really, really weird. Like, that is such a strange topic, bro. It's like you are gaining information about something that is yet to even happen, and it's going to happen in the future. Like, that is, dude, this has spurred so many, like, gnarly things in, like, even just in the faith, in believing, in believers' lives, even just things on, even when we read Revelations, there's supposed to be prophecies that have still yet to occur, right? It's just very bizarre to me, right? And it's just so strange. And so yeah, that's what we're gonna get into. Let's read some of these verses. Let's see here. For the Lord God does nothing without revealing his secret to his servants, the prophets. Well, that's kind of weird, huh? It's kind of weird. That's Amos 16:21. Let's see here. Acts 2:16 through 21. But this is what was uttered through the prophet Joel. And in the that's kind of funny. Just I know it sounds weird, But every time I see the name Joel, I think about this gnarly flatland BMX. I wonder if his parents named him after this Joel. I'm actually curious if his parents named him after that. This guy right here that we're going to talk okay, let's see. Let's just read this, okay? Acts 16 through 20. Acts 2, 16 through 21. But this is what was uttered through the prophet Joel. And in the last days it shall be, God declares, that I will pour out my spirit on all flesh, and your sons and your daughters shall prophesy, and your young men shall see visions. Oh man, I've totally forgotten about that. What in the world? And your young men shall see visions, and your old men shall dream dreams. Even on my male servants and female servants in those days I will pour out my spirit, and they shall prophesy. And I will show wonders in the heavens above, and signs on the earth below, blood and fire and vapor of smoke. The sun shall be turned to darkness, and the moon to blood, before the day the Lord comes, the great and magnificent day. Now that is a strange verse. I wonder what. Sometimes it's so weird because sometimes I think okay, I just read that, right? But sometimes I'm generally curious what all these other believers. Imagine if I just read this in front of every single believer, and we were just like, okay, we're gonna have let's have a little collective thought. And without looking at anything, right? Without looking at a commentary beforehand or anything. What do you think what do you think about these verses right here, right? I find these just really strange that it says I guess your sons and your daughters shall prophesy. So I mean, I guess what does that really mean? And then it's weird because it says, and young men shall see visions, right? What really is a vision, right? Because I actually hear some believers talk about visions and stuff like that, right? But it's kind of strange to really think about that. And I think there's even there's another part in here that's really weird. Look, it says, and I will show wonders in the heavens above and signs on the earth below. That's really weird. So there is going to come a time when I guess that's so weird. I will show wonders in the heavens above. What does that mean, right? How crazy? I mean, I know this sounds ridiculous, but how crazy if these aliens, that we've been kind of thinking about, what if it just starts ramping up, man? It just starts getting crazier and crazier, right? Because what's also weird is if we think about, was Ezekiel a prophet? Let's look at that up. Was Ezekiel a prophet? Was Ezekiel a prophet? I don't know if he was a prophet or not. Okay, yeah, Ezekiel is actually acknowledged as a prophet. Interesting. Okay, so wow, that's so strange. He's actually one of the major. I totally got that wrong. I didn't even remember that Ezekiel was a prophet, bro. So that's really crazy to think about. Okay, so if we even think about Ezekiel as the prophet, right? If we go into the first book of Ezekiel, let's see if you have your Bibles, and this is a KJV old Bible with Ezekiel. But if we go into Ezekiel 1, it has parts of something that I find very peculiar that I've actually heard some other believers bring up. Now, you have to take this with a very big grain of salt because the things that I'm going to talk about get into things that I think most pastors probably don't want to talk about, but it goes into potentially maybe even aliens or something like that, right? And it's weird. Let's get into Ezekiel 1. I'm trying to get into actual text, so okay, let's see. Where is it? Where be Ezekiel 9? There we go. Let us get into Ezekiel. I think it's in Ezekiel 1 and Ezekiel 10. Actually, I think it is in Ezekiel 10. I don't remember if it's in Ezekiel 10 or Ezekiel 1. Yeah, it is in Ezekiel 10. So it's actually Ezekiel 10. Now, what's strange, this is actually the oldest Bible that I have. It's my parents' old Bible. I don't use it much because it's about to fall apart. I'm wondering how I should try and restore it. I'm literally, this thing is literally about to fall apart. I probably shouldn't even be using this thing. But what's crazy is this Bible is so old, bro. This is my oldest Bible that I have. Now, there are some really gnarly old Bibles. So this one's from 1893, man. I probably shouldn't even be using this one. Look at this thing is falling apart, dude. I don't know how to like reinforce it. I think I might just tape the pages, but also like I kind of don't want to mess it up if I do tape it. So I'm like kind of like tripped out about how I should fix this up. But let's read this, okay? We're gonna read Ezekiel. Now Ezekiel is known as a major prophet, actually. That's what I mean. I guess that's what Google is saying. So take that with a grain of salt. But but let's read this. Let's read Ezekiel 10. Then I looked, and behold, in the firmament that was above the head of the cherubim, there appeared over them, as it were, a sapphire stone, as the appearance of the likeness of a throne. And he spake unto the man clothed with linen, and said, Go in between the wheels, even under the cherub, and fill thine hand with coals of fire from between the cherubim, and scatter them over the city. And he went in my sight. They put an in twice. Now, what's weird about that verse that I just read right there, that is Ezekiel 10:2. What is that saying? Ezekiel came to these wheels. He's mentioning, and this is in the KJV, by the way. He's likening the four living creatures. So, just to get a little context of what the four living creatures are, right? So, the four living creatures are these creatures with like four heads, and they have 6 wings, and they have eyes everywhere around them, right? And the thing about it is that these are actually the creatures closest to God's throne. It sounds ridiculous. It sounds really crazy, right? But what also accompanies these four living creatures, what Ezekiel mentions, which Ezekiel is a major prophet, he sees that there's these giant wheels that are flying in the sky. And let's just see, when was Ezekiel written, right? When was Ezekiel written? I'm just so curious, like, to see when was Ezekiel written, right? When was Ezekiel written? And so why I bring this up is because I have heard some other believers bring this up to me. And they were saying that potentially the aliens that we have been seeing for the past millennia, and it's kind of odd that, when you think about aliens, right? I think even if you ask a child, like, what do you think about alien? What kind of what does their ship look like, right? Well, what's weird is they always mention it as like some sort of disc-looking object, right? But what's weird is that if you read Ezekiel 10, he's mentioning that these wheels of the four living creatures are like wheels with eyes all around. And one of the weird parts about that verse that we went into is that these wheels come down and they actually give Ezekiel something. In the verse it says they gave Ezekiel fire. So it's kind of strange to think about that, right? And so some believers now take some of these things that some believers have said, because it gets kind of like you have to take it with a big grain of salt, right? But some believers I have heard mention, as they pondered about what, thinking about that verse that I just read, they were basically saying, what if the four living creatures gave humanity, or maybe some prophets, some sort of objects to help maybe expand their mind, maybe help them give certain revelations, maybe certain prophecies, maybe certain information, and it kind of made me think, like way back in the day, like in a lot of RPG games. I know I bring up RPG games a lot, right? But that's honestly where I've gotten a lot of my inspirations from, even in the faith, coincidentally enough. But like in a lot of RPG games, like you see people with this scrying stone. It's like a crystal ball, and they're like seeing like future events in this crystal ball, right? Well, like I was thinking, like, how crazy is that? Because I was like thinking about it, because like some little kids were like playing with like these phones and stuff, man. I'm like, what in the world, bro? Like, it's so crazy, because I like saw some of my older friends, and they're like giving their kids, like these young kids, like a phone, right? Like a cell phone, right? And they're like getting tripped out, like looking through it. And I'm just like, bro, imagine like if there was like maybe that sort of happened, but with maybe the four living creatures, or potentially even angels, right? And maybe there's something deeper about that, because I mean, quite frankly, right? When I see, because I have seen some like crystal balls. Because I had a friend that actually used to have one that he got from like this famous band member dude. And the thing was, he has like this crystal ball, right? And I like looked at it, and it's like the thing is, you can't really even see anything. It's just you just see like refracted light, right? But it's weird because you see a lot of these like stories, and they're like gaining like future visions from this crystal glass ball thing, right? But sometimes I wonder how crazy would it be if like imagine thinking about going back, if we had a time machine, right? And we went back into history and we were like, okay, man, here you go. Here is a phone for you with maybe a solar charger. And I'm going to just put in a bunch of information. I'm going to hand it to this guy right here, right? How crazy would that be, man? And I feel like, if anything, these phones right here are almost kind of like modern day, like crystal ball kind of things, right? We can like see, and it's like mirrors and stuff like that, right? And it's just super weird to think about. And I probably don't make any sense at all, but just that verse that I read, let's just read it again, right? It's just super bizarre. Ezekiel 10:2. We'll just read the entirety of Ezekiel 10. Then I looked, and behold, in the firmament that was above the head of the cherubim, there appeared over them, as it were, a sapphire stone, as the appearance of the likeness of a throne. And he spake unto the man, clothed with linen, and said, Go in between the wheels, even under the cherub, and fill thy hands with coals of fire from between the cherubim, and scatter them over the city, as he went in my sight. And that's the verse, Ezekiel chapter 10:2. There's a lot of strange lore, and I've heard a lot of crazy theories about what that meant. Ezekiel got something from these living creatures. It sounds crazy, man. I know it probably sounds crazy, but like, if you really, can you picture that for a minute? These wheels that are flying in the sky. Ezekiel's right in this. We don't even have airplanes back then. He's seeing these things flying in the sky, and he's getting something from these wheels. Like, does that not just like trip anybody else out? Like, dude, that is like crazy to think about. Like, I've never really heard too many. I know why pastors don't want to talk about it, is because it's probably is pretty controversial. But I think it's really interesting, especially just coming into it in a sense of like mystery and wonder. And I go, why aren't more believers talking about this? It's like, it's literally written right there, you know? It's like, you think, especially, I don't know, man, it's just hilarious to me, kind of. Okay, let's keep going. Now the cherubim stood on the right side of the house when the man went in, and the cloud filled the inner court. Then the glory of the Lord went up from the cherub and stood over the threshold of the house. And the house was filled with the cloud, and the court was full of the brightness of the Lord's glory. Now, see, that's another weird thing about these cherubim. Now, that's actually very strange. This is something new that so when we think about this, when I take everything what I'm saying with a grain of salt, I'm just like relaying my own thoughts because I've read these verses a lot, right? I've drawn, if you guys have seen, I've drawn some of these four living creatures, right? And it's been one of the hardest, challenging drawings I've tried to do because, dude, Ezekiel really goes into the description. He's not just like vaguely saying, oh, it's kind of like, oh, I kind of see this. I kind of saw that. No, he's like, I saw this. I got this. I literally got fire from these things that were by my house, and there was clouds coming in, and he's really descriptive. He's very detailed on how he went about describing these things, right? And what's super strange, even thinking about that verse, Ezekiel 10:4. Then the glory of the Lord went up from the cherub and stood over the threshold of the house, and the house was filled with the cloud. Now that's weird, right? So I'm wondering, how crazy would it be if, like, maybe these four living creatures or these wheels that are said, both of them are said to be flying up in the sky, how crazy would it be if they had some sort of, like, cloaking mechanism? Like, what if they could cloak themselves with the cloud, right? Because if we think about that, they went down, if we're reading this verse right here, they went down and they like filled the court and they filled the house with a cloud. That is so weird. It's not like dust, I feel like I think Ezekiel would have known dust from a cloud, right? Because I feel like, if you like a dust devil, when you see a dust devil, like it's all dusty, right? but it's weird that he mentions it as a cloud, right? Like as some sort of like. Sometimes I wonder like how crazy would it be if like these like living creatures or like these wheels that are flying up in the sky that are accompanying the four living creatures. What if they had a cloaking mechanism like that? They can just look like clouds, right? That is super weird, huh? Like, I feel like that is amazing. Like, that is just so gnarly to think about. And I actually did not draw any clouds when I was trying to draw the four living creatures, but now I actually might just because of this verse right here. Okay, let's continue. And the sound of the cherubim's wings was heard, even to the outer court, as the voice of the Almighty God, when he speaketh. And it came to pass that when he commanded the man clothed with linen, saying, Take fire from between the wheels, from between the cherubim. Then he went in and stood beside the wheels. Now that is just weird. So not only is he taking fire from these wheels, but he went into these wheels. That is Ezekiel chapter 10, verse 6. Dude, is it? I don't know, man. When I read this, I'm literally just mind blown. I'm just like, what in the world, bro? This is insane. Like, how, like, I feel like, I'm not even lying, dude. I feel like if you were to tell me that this was a part of, like, some crazy sci-fi novel that someone wrote, even today, I'd be like, oh, man, this is really crazy, man. Yeah, aliens, all crazy, man, gnarly, you know? It's like, but this was written way before all this technology, all of this stuff, right? Like, isn't that just super mysterious? Like, and it's just so weird. It goes into, I guess, the whole thing that, you know, people think about of, like, aliens way back in history, right? What if they've just been observing us? And maybe what if aliens are just angels, right? We take that with a big grain of salt, right? But even if we think about that, it just kind of almost makes sense, right? Because angels come from the heavens, right? And they come to earth, right? And what's so weird to think about that is then thinking about how Satan, he got 1/3 of his angels to come, you know, so 1/3 of the angels rebelled. So would that mean, like, I know this sounds crazy, but imagine if there's like good aliens and then good angels and then bad angels, right? Or like maybe you could think about it as alien. What if there's good aliens and then bad aliens, right? That's super weird, right? That have come from the heavens to Earth, right? It just, I mean, does that sound like, I know I probably sound crazy, but like, it's like written in here. Like, it's just so crazy. It's just like, what in the world, bro? Like, it's just like, I don't know, man. It's really interesting. And then it's just interesting because I actually have met a bunch of people that are kind of into the whole like alien stuff, and sometimes, and what's weird is a lot of them actually do believe in God and stuff. And I think there is a strange coincidence of like they probably read the Bible and have read these verses, and they're like, huh, that's super strange. Look at that thing in the sky. What in the world is mentioned right here? Like, what, you know, it's like they're probably just tripping out too, right? Anyway, let's just finish this off. I thought I was going to go into a thing on prophecy. Oh well, I'm just reading Ezekiel 10, I guess, today. Okay. And there appeared in the cherubim the form of a man's hand under their wings. And when I looked, behold, the 4 wheels by the cherubim, one wheel by one cherub, and another wheel by another cherub. And the appearance of the wheels was as the color of a beryl stone. And as for their appearance, they 4 had one likeness, as in a wheel that had been in the midst of a wheel. When they went upon their 4 sides. They turned not as they went, but to the place whither the head looked. They followed it. They turned not as they went. And their whole body and their backs and their hands and their wings and the wheels were full of eyes round about. Even the wheels they 4 had. So another bizarre description is that these wheels have a bunch of eyes. Now you may have seen the memes as of late. There's actually a lot of memes, and this is actually the main verse of that meme where you see like, you know, the like the wheel thing, and it has a bunch of eyes, right? well, this is where they got that inspiration. It's from these verses right here, right? But I find it strange because if you read what we just read right there, these four living creatures can command these wheels, right? And these wheels have eyes on them, right? So wherever these four living creatures are looking, they can command their wheels to go like where that place is. And so I'm wondering, like, do you think that maybe these flying wheels are just some sort of observational thing? Like, what if it's just used to just observe humanity? Just observe mankind or something like that in the skies, right? In the skies above. Super odd, right? Super strange to think about. Okay, let's see here. Let's see here. As for the wheels, it was cried unto them in my hearing, O wheel. And everyone had... I mean, dude, that verse right there is just ridiculous right there. What in the world, dude? That verse is ridiculous. As for the wheels, it was cried unto them in my hearing, O wheel. And every one had four faces. The first face was the face of a cherub, the second face was the face of a man, and the third face of a lion, and the fourth the face of an eagle. And the cherubim were lifted up. This is the living creature that I saw by the river of Chebar. And when the cherubim went, the wheels went by them. And when the cherubim lifted up their wings to mount up from the earth, the same wheels also turned not from beside them. When they stood, they stood. And when they were lifted up, these lifted up themselves also. For the spirit of the living creatures was in them. So the spirit of the living creatures is in the wheels. I know that sounds super weird, but it's literally like, dude, like... It almost seems like I'm just making this stuff up, huh? Like I'm just making up this chapter. But literally, I'm just reading this old 1893 Bible. Or is it 1893? I think it's an old 1893 Bible. It has it in there, right? That's one of the most absurd things I think about too. Like and this isn't even the oldest Bible, right? You can find way older Bibles, right? And these verses are going to be in them too, right? It's just so like crazy to think about, man. And so, just thinking about that, right? What's weird thinking about the four living creatures, and just thinking about the wheels. Now, I did kind of have a hypothesis. Now, this isn't... Take this with a very big grain of salt, too, you know? But, you know, like you see a lot of artwork with, like people in Christianity and in the faith, and they have a halo above their head, you know, like a wheel above their head. Sometimes I have looked up things like lore on the halo. Some people think that it's just the Holy Spirit. They've just been bestowed with the Holy Spirit, you know. But what's weird is you can look it up, right? You can Google it right now. Google what are halos in the Bible, like, you know, and you're basically all the commentaries say, oh, it's like the Holy Spirit, or it's like, you know, the radiance of those that were chosen, or something like that, right? But what's weird is they never went into what I just read right there about the spirit of the living creatures was in the wheels, right? So sometimes I wonder, what if it wasn't just like, what if having a halo wasn't just this, like, maybe you being bestowed with the Holy Spirit, but what if it was also you being bestowed by the spirit of the four living creatures that reside, where their spirits reside in the wheels? You know, it's like, you know, that's what I think of anyway, every time I think about that, right? Probably don't make any sense at all, but take a gander at it. Take a good look at it. It's very interesting, right? I mean, like, how crazy would it be? Imagine, like, imagine if one of those giant wheels was right above in the universe or something. You didn't even know about it. What if they were just relaying information to you? You know, like, just like, that'd be so crazy, huh? Now, what's weird another weird thing about the four living creatures is that they're also mentioned in Revelations. And they're actually mentioned in a very pivotal part in Revelations, where the Lamb starts opening up the seals, right? And the seals are these, I guess, judgments that are going to start happening onto the earth, right? But what's very weird about it is if we open up the Bible into Revelation 6, I guess we'll read parts of Revelation 6, but there is a major part in Revelation 6 that trips me out. I've actually said this probably 5 times on the streams through various Bible studies, right?
and we're going to get into it, right? I guess we'll just read parts of this, right? Let's read parts of this, right? Now we'll read Revelation 6 up to the Black Horseman, right? Now I watched when the Lamb opened one of the 7 seals, and I heard one of the 4 living creatures saying, a voice like thunder, come. Dun dun dun. What is that? You know, and it's so weird because I think this is where the 4 living creatures is mentioned in Revelation 6. And now what are these 4 living creatures? These 4 living creatures are the very things I just read about in Ezekiel 1 or Ezekiel 10. Isn't that crazy? Like, so it's so crazy. And then let's just keep reading. And I looked, and behold, a white horse, and its rider had a bow, and a crown was given to him, and he came out conquering and to conquer. When he opened the 2nd seal, I heard the 2nd living creature say, come. And out came another horse, bright red. Its rider was permitted to take peace from the earth, so that people should slay one another, and he was given a great sword. Now these are the pivotal ones that I got really tripped out of. When he opened the 3rd seal, I heard the 3rd living creature say, come. And I looked, and behold, a black horse, and its rider had a pair of scales in his hand. And I heard what seemed to be a voice in the midst of the 4 living creatures saying, a quart of wheat for a denarius, and 3 quarts of barley for a denarius, and do not harm the oil and the wine. Now see, what's really weird, now if you've been on these streams for a while, you probably know what I'm going to mention because I brought it up many times. But what's really weird is if you start studying about, okay, well, who is the Black Horseman, right? What does the Black Horseman represent? The Black Horseman represents famine. Now, what is a famine? A famine is a lack of food on the lands. It's when there's a scarcity of resources, a scarcity of food. And what's weird, and here's the very bizarre thing, and the thing is, you can look up all this stuff too. This is the craziest thing, because that's how I got this information, right? It's not like I was just like, oh, well, here's all this random information. No, it's like there was all these little things that started adding up, and I'm like, what in the world, bro? This is ridiculous. And so the crazy thing is in Revelation 6, Revelation 6 actually. Revelation 6, chapter 6. I have it underlined in green. It says, do not harm the oil and the wine. Right? Now what's weird is that, what's strange also in this is that I always thought that these living creatures in here that are mentioned, I always thought, oh, it's just the voice of the 4 horsemen. Right? Because when you read it, oh, there's 4 horsemen, oh, there's 4 living creatures. Oh, I thought it was just the 4 horsemen. No, that's not the case. Actually, the thing is that it's these living creatures that we just went into in Ezekiel. They're the ones that are commanding these 4. They're saying, come, and these horsemen are, I guess, being summoned or something like that from the 4 living creatures, right? And also from the Lamb opening the seals to allow them out, right? And the thing is that what's weird about the Black Horseman is that there's this very eerie part, a very, very, very eerie part. I'm actually gonna, let's underline it right now. Okay? Here, I'm gonna underline it right now. It says, a quart of wheat for, let me just underline it first so everybody can, so you guys can see this. So what's weird about the Black Horseman that represents famine is that part right there. It says, a quart of wheat for a denarius and 3 quarts of barley for a denarius, and do not harm the oil and the wine. Now what does that mean, right? What is a denarius, right? Well, if you look up a biblical definition of what a denarius is, a denarius was like a day's wage. So like back in the day, it was kind of more like you were getting paid certain amounts, right? Like, so you would just get paid like 1 denarius a day, right? But then when you think about what these 4 living creatures were, actually the 3rd living creature is saying right here is, he says, a quart of wheat for a denarius and 3 quarts of barley for a denarius. So basically, what does that mean? You're getting a small, ample amount of food for a day's wage. So basically what this 3rd living creature is saying, take these with a grain of salt, is that basically food prices are going to get basically going to skyrocket at some point in the future, potentially, right? Now, what's weird is that the 4 living creatures, now this is the craziest part about it, right? The 4 living creatures that I just mentioned that have the wheels and stuff like that are flying in the skies, they tell us to not harm the oil in the wine, right? Now, that one really tripped me out, right? Because what was weird is I met some road bikers and some mountain bikers. I kind of got into that community when I was out in Long Beach, right? And started visiting some like bike shops and stuff like that. And the thing is that they always kind of like mention like things on like the oil industry. Oh, well, they've noticed like trends when, you know, people, when oil prices go up, basically bike prices, more people, more people buy bikes, right? And they were basically like talking about that. I'm like, oh, that's strange. Okay, you know, I was like, all right, that's, you know, I don't really work in that industry, but that's interesting to know, right? And the weird thing is that like I started looking up like documentaries just because of all that stuff. I started looking up documentaries of like, well, what happens if oil runs out, right? What happens if oil runs out? What happens if oil gets damaged? And this is the scary thing about it. Like you can look it up on YouTube right now. Every single one of those documentaries, they always go into food. They always go into food. And it's because we use so much oil to produce so much food in our world right now. Like we use oil to not only plant the seeds, we use oil to harvest all the plants. We use oil to transport the food. We use oil to transport the fertilizer, the soil, the water, you know, basically everything we're using oil to transport all this food. And basically what a lot of these documentaries say, if oil gets damaged to the point where there's like no return, that there's actually going to be a lot of people that potentially, I'm not going to say it will, but I'm just saying potentially, there could be mass famines in the land. More so in places that they can't sustain themselves, right? So if we think about places like, imagine like a crazy place in the desert, right, where they don't even have water, they don't even have running water, they don't even have enough ample supplies to even grow any crops and stuff. But they are growing crops out there because they can transport water and transport fertilizer and transport soil and all this stuff to have crops out there, right? Well, what happens if oil just gets damaged and they're like, okay, we're gonna just cut this place off? Boom, you know, it's like there's going to be so many places in the world that can't get, you know, access to certain products and foods and stuff like that because oil is going to be maybe potentially a great commodity. Now, I guess that's kind of subjective. If you think oil is a very important commodity, I think if I were to ask most people, what do you think of oil? Do you think oil is important for our economy? How much does oil impact our economy, right? Like how much does oil really change things, right? And I think it's really weird that these 4 living creatures that Ezekiel, I guess, met and got something from these 4 living creatures, that they're actually the ones that warn us as the readers, us as humanity, to not damage the oil. So I really wish we were to actually really follow that way back in the day, because now I think we've spurned it to the point where, to the point of no return, right? So yeah, I don't know. It's kind of odd to think about that, just not harming the oil. Now, what was weird is when I was thinking and looking up all this stuff, I also got this really strange sticker. And I know, like, I don't know, like, see, sometimes there's like just weird coincidences that happen, right? Because when I was looking up all this stuff in Long Beach, right, there was these people and they're just handing out these stickers to me. And I was like, okay, I'm going to take one of these stickers. I literally have the sticker right here. And I know it sounds ridiculous, but like, this sticker that I got, I mean, it's not even funny. It's like, it literally says that. It's like, it says Save the Arctic. It has a devil horn on it. And yeah, I don't know. It was weird when I was into all this stuff. And sometimes I wondered, like, I was just like, I don't know, dude, maybe that's why I remember this stuff a little bit more. But sometimes it's like weird when like you're studying things in the Word and then certain things just start happening in your life. Like that, for example, I was just like, and for some odd reason, that has stemmed a memory from these verses. Like I'm always going to remember that, because I was like, oh, well, I'm studying this in the Bible, and then boom, I get this sticker. And I know like that's probably not that crazy, you know, oh, I just got a sticker or something. But I almost saw it like as this like this strange ironic coincidence. So I was like, what in the world? Like, I don't know, man. It was just super weird. I probably seem like I'm just tripping out, but like, I don't know, it's just super bizarre to me, right? And it's just so strange to think that the 4 living creatures are basically telling us as humanity to not damage the oil in the wine. Now, here I also want to say this. is that if you do look up, if you like right now, if you look up Revelation 6, Revelation 6:6, and what does the oil mean, right? Well, if you look it up, a lot of the commentaries and stuff, they go into, oh, well, it's not to damage the olive oil, not to damage the anointing oil, right? But if we think about the black horseman, which is mentioned in Revelation 6, it's just, isn't that ironic that the black horseman is representing famine? And isn't it ironic that, like, the black horseman, even the four living creatures are mentioning, like, food prices in it, and how much oil and food right now is just such a... I mean, those go hand in hand right now. I mean, if you're a farmer out there, you know how important those two commodities go hand in hand. Like, they know it, like, more than anybody else, right? And so I just find it very weird. And if you just... And it's just so weird thinking about the black horseman and how it is representing famine, right? And it's just so odd to me, right? It's just very... Now, please take all this, what I said, with a grain of salt, right? But it's, like, very just strange. And it's very, like... It's almost so strange where I just go, like, it shouldn't make sense, but it does. Like, for me, it does. Like, it's just so weird, man. And I think just the weirdest part about it is the four living creatures are mentioning this. Now, see, the other weird thing that I haven't heard many pastors go into is that these are the words of the four living creatures. These are the creatures closest to God's throne. Like, literally, imagine that. Imagine you being closest to God's throne. And these things closest to God's throne, I mean, you can only imagine. They probably overheard a lot of things, what the Lord has said, what God has said, what, you know, these conversations, these thoughts that they're having. Maybe even the Lord has been talking to these four living creatures. They're the ones closest to God's throne. These things that are closest to God's throne are warning humanity, are warning us, the readers, right here. I don't know. It's crazy, man. Like, I probably just sound crazy, but, like, I find it just very interesting. And it's just also just interesting because, like, these things are super hard to draw, and just things that I've overheard from other believers and from things that they brought up, and I'm just like, wow, that's super strange to think about. Now, there is another part that's also really weird, and that it's going to go a little deeper. I think it's Revelations 16. Well, I guess maybe we'll do one tomorrow on it. It's Revelation 16. I think it's Revelation 16. I think it might be Revelations... Yeah, I think it's Revelation 16 or, let's see here. Yeah, okay, it's Revelation 16 verse 8. And Revelation 16 verse 8. Rev 16, 8. Now you can, now I'm not going to read it on stream because it goes pretty deep into it. But what's really weird about this one, so 10 chapters after the four living creatures warn us not to damage the oil, this is basically what starts happening, right? Or what's potentially might happen, right? It says, the fourth angel poured out his bowl on the sun, and the sun was allowed to scorch people with fire. Now take that with a very big grain of salt. That is Revelation 16:8, right? Now what's weird about Revelation 16:8 is that, so the sun is supposed to scorch people with fire. So if we think about this, the sun used to not be able to scorch people with fire, but then something's going to happen. An angel is going to pour his bowl in the sun, and the sun is going to be allowed to scorch people with fire. I don't know. Do you guys, is there a big connection you guys get in with? Like, I mean, I probably just sound crazy, but oh well. You can look into it. There's a lot of lore into it. That's the other thing. All the things that I brought up, there is like so much lore into it. You can like go into it, and it's just like, it's like figuring out this giant puzzle. But it's kind of like this puzzle that's kind of like blatantly obvious in some degree. Anyway, I guess that was the bizarre Bible study. I think maybe tomorrow we'll get into this. We'll get into Revelation 16:8 tomorrow, because there's a really gnarly commentary on it. So yeah, it's kind of weird, and sometimes I wonder, like, maybe this is why the Lord has put it upon my heart to try and promote the bike industry or something like that, because I have met a lot of bikers, and you know, the whole biking community. There is a sense, maybe not the whole biking community, I guess more in the sense of like road biking and mountain biking. There is this sense of like environmental helping and trying to, you know, not harm as much of the oil and stuff like that. And if you can only just imagine what You know, imagine just as a picture, right? Imagine you being in the shoes of Ezekiel, right? Imagine a four living creature comes down, and literally, imagine if he tells you, like a voice like thunder, like it says in Revelation 6, to not harm the oil and the wine. What would you think about that? You know, what if he just said that right there? Do not harm the oil and the wine. Boom. Because that's kind of what happens. It just it ends there, and then it goes into death and death riding the pale horse and stuff like that. It's just so strange to think about, and I feel like the weight of it and just the gnarliness of it, just imagining that, I'm just dude, that is so gnarly to think about, and just these wheels flying around, man. I don't know, man. I probably just sound crazy, but it's really fun, honestly. I think it's very interesting because, this is stuff that's, actually potentially occurring right now, right? It's just odd. And I didn't, and I laugh at it, but it's also it's actually not funny, but it's the thing is it's just sometimes there's just these weird, ironic things that happen, and I don't know, if it's God, using just these almost blatantly obvious coincidences or ironic things, or I meet this one believer and they say something and I'm like, that's weird. Why did you say that? But it's also just that's really interesting that you brought that up. And so, yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. And there's just a lot of weird coincidences that start happening. And I honestly just love it. I love seeing those coincidences, man. It's just it almost it's just fun, dude. It's it keeps me going. I'm dude, there's so much mystery. There's so much it's almost you're just you're not only just reading the Word of God, but you're actually it's actually affecting things in reality. It's it's so crazy, bro. And it's just, I don't know, man. It's very interesting to me. I probably just seem crazy, but I don't know. It's kind of fun. I don't know, Okay, we're gonna do a card draw. Let's see what we draw today. Do 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 do. So weird. I didn't even read a commentary today. Bro, that's crazy. Did I read a commentary? I don't think I read a commentary today. Oh, it's another one of those days, man. Dude, these days always trip me out, bro. And the thing is, I've covered these topics many times, so it's I can combo this stuff out, right? But dude, I don't know. For some reason, that combo, God, keeps, I don't know if it's God. Maybe it's just because I've just studied those ones, and just, maybe the information that I have kind of, I guess, looked into more than others, And sometimes I wonder if that's how God works, too. I wonder if, God, puts this believer over there, and he has some sort of information relaying him on that circuit board. He has this believer over there with those circuit boards with certain other combos that he's getting them into, and then he has those believers over there in the House of the Lost or something because no one else wants to go out there. And he has them out there, or maybe he has that believer that's straight up homeless. Nobody else wants to be homeless, but he's going to go out and help the homeless people out there because no one else really wants to do it. Maybe he has that believer out there for a reason too, right? And sometimes I wonder if God has us he's positioning us almost like we're little we're what if since he's playing some sort of RPG game, but I guess I shouldn't say it like that, but that would be really weird to think about, right? If he's positioning us into a degree of where he wants us to plant seeds, where he wants us to maybe fish for some souls, where he wants us to do this. Sometimes I really wonder that, right? Okay, I think this is pretty shuffled up. Let's do a card draw. Man, these Bible studies are gnarly, huh? These Bible studies. I mean, at this point they're kind of fun. I honestly like some of them are fun. Some of them are actually really they kind of stress me out sometimes. But in most cases, it's kind of fun. Honestly, it's kind of just fun to just view and ponder things. Dude, this is weird right here, man. It's kind of funny. It's so funny because I know we just read that verse on Ezekiel, but you know how like it brought up like the wheels and then the fire in the middle. Kind of reminded me of that. Soundforge Mystic. Number 2, we have Tranquil Garden. I'd love to do some flatline in there. That's like my dream spot right there. Like I'd love to have like a flatline spot with just like a bunch of trees. Like I would love to have like a flat spot and there's just a bunch of trees or squirrels or a bunch of mushrooms growing everywhere. There's, you know, just all these ferns and just it's just lush. And it just looks so lush, right? And maybe like a little like water, like a little waterfall thing, you know, and you know, like dude, that'd be so cool, man. And you're just riding flatland in the middle, just meditating on God's word. That would be gnarly, dude. Holy moly, bro. Dude, look at, dude, I straight up shuffled all these cards, bro. I did not pre-plan this out. Look, we got Overtaker. This is, you know what's strange about this card? This card actually made me start thinking about the 4 living creatures and the halos and the wheels and stuff like that. This is actually the card that kind of started making me think about that. Aegis Angel. This card's cool. Now there are some doves right there. Some have hypothesized, actually not even hypoth, I think it's actually mentioned in scripture somewhere, saying like the doves represent like the Holy Spirit or something like that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, we got Staff of the Wild Magus. Staff of the Wild Magus. Now, which character in the Bible does this remind you of? For me, it reminds me of Aaron, because Aaron had a budded staff that started growing. Oh, interesting. We got righteousness. Righteousness. This reminds me of the Archangel Michael, and how at the end in Revelations it says the Archangel Michael will arise and he is going to battle the great dragon, which is known as Satan. And I wonder what Archangel Michael right now is doing. See, I wonder if Archangel Michael like helps us out. Like, is he guiding us into certain things, or like, you know? Because it sounds weird. Because like I do meet. Now here's the other weird thing: is I do meet a lot of like, for some odd reason, a lot of people like into working out that are believers, right? And sometimes I wonder, is that sometimes, and I know it probably doesn't sound like anything to do with it, but sometimes I just wonder, like, what if, like, the Archangel Michael was kind of wanting, like more just, like, stronger believers or something like that, right? Just to maybe just encourage, you know, just, you know, being strong. Like, just, because, you know, in the end, you know, I guess, you know, the Archangel Michael is going to be battling the Great Dragon. 2, 3, 4. Okay, last card. Ooh, interesting. Lifelink. Lifelink. Dude, that artwork looks amazing, huh? Now, this one reminds me of the very first verse I memorized. Proverbs 28:1. Proverbs 28:1. I think it says. What is? Oh man, it's literally the first verse I remember. It's the wicked flee, though no one pursue, but the righteous are as bold as a lion. Alrighty, and that's, ladies and gentlemen, was the hand for today. Oh my goodness, that took an hour right there, man. That was gnarly. Dude, these streams are so weird, dude. Man, people probably just think I'm like crazy, but I don't know, it's kind of fun. I mean, I think it's kind of fun. All right, I'm going to take a little bit of a break, and I'll be back.
Man, that was gnarly. That was a long Bible study right there. A long Bible study right there, man.
And I'm going to I need to set all this stuff up too. Ice thing under my computer. Okay, let's see. How hot did it get in here? So cooler than that.
think I need to fix this thing too. Keep hitting that thing. Oh well. Fix that ledge. I think we'll like some more supports up in here. Supports all around it. Messing me up. Maybe that's what we'll do. Maybe we'll fix this wood thing.
I gotta do this. Oh, that's weird. Is that what is that? There's like a battery on it. No idea why there's a battery on that thing. Oh, I could just do it like that. Boom. Trying to figure out a good angle for this thing. That's a good angle, right? Kinda. Alright. So what we're gonna do is this thing is kind of a little janky. Like for some reason, like when I hit this thing, it like messes my grinds up. So we're gonna try and fix this somehow. Cherry this thing out.
As long as when I BMX race, just but I guess when I started learning stuff, so I had to like some commercials and stuff, different tricks and boxes and stuff. We started to
course, these big clunky. That's probably it. Let's see which piece is straighter. We need to reinforce this thing. We'll also be able to put these rocks in the back. I'm kind of wondering, should I have it like this? Or should I have it like that? I feel like this one might be better. Like put more pieces right there. Reinforce that. Let's reinforce this thing. Maybe it'll work better. Let's see.
not a word worker, so I'm just kind of this works. Okay. Okay. There. Alright. Honestly, what I should use is I should use the stick for the ends. I think that's what I might do. Use the big thick ones towards the end. Oh, this guy's got like a joint thing on here. I want to use this piece right here.
scared it's going to crack the wood. Use that and use a thick one in the middle right there. For that hole. That's probably good because here's all messed up. Yeah, let's fill that in.
Power went out. Power went out.
Part of it.
Try and turn it back on. That works. And we'll use this piece for this one. Seven, eight. Is that going to work? That should be better. You get that? Reinforce this thing.
You might have to just put a shim under it that way. It's loose.
Yeah, a little shim.
Uh-huh. That's simply a weight problem. under the end of the bar.
Good. Really hope that doesn't turn. It shouldn't, right? Is there one of these things that can loose? That one? This one should or somewhere. That should work a little better. They also have this heavy big rock behind it too. This one. Let's get rid of this. It doesn't really screw it up. That's honestly one of the reasons why I had to do it, is because this one right here got stripped out.
drill some metal. Metal drilling commences. Just have to reinforce this metal piece. Hopefully this works. That'll take forever. Come on, buddy. There. Should work. It's weird how the other one went in. This one doesn't. Alrighty, well there's that one. Alright, now let's flip it over, I guess, and then drill it down. A bit on each side, I guess. Hopefully this reinforces it. It should.
before. Should I use these needles? hopefully that made it more sturdy. All this wood's like, if you can't tell already, all this wood's like bent and stuff because my neighbor gave it to me, but it's all like warped and stuff. It's all like defective wood. But I think it'll still work. Shiny cracking right now. That's not good. That is not good at all. Really help it to not move. All right. Push this in the back. Like heavy with the stone. Yeah, the stones are so heavy on that thing. Oh, this way. I wonder how many pounds that is just behind that thing. It's kind of not good, huh? It lifts up like that. Are you putting more weight on this stuff? I think that's pretty solid. We reinforced that thing. Holy moly. I don't know if it's fully reinforced, but hopefully it helps. I think it should though, because also my tire was getting caught in this thing when I was grinding it. That might help it out now. Hopefully it does. this thing's going to survive for. There's an important piece of wood cracking underneath there. I should have not drilled it in. What I should have done is I should have put a 2x4 underneath here too. I mean, I guess I could still do that.
Try and give it a go. Let's shred it. Hopefully it works now. Better. Do 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 do. Put a phone cord around here. I'm always scared of a boobla cut. That was one of the reasons why I wanted to reinforce it. But it was kind of moving the last time, right? Oh, it's way more solid now. Let's see what another boobla cut feels like. Actually, let's just try and rock it. Feels more solid. Oh yeah, it's way more solid. I'm glad I did that. Right.
try this line. Actually, I guess I should warm up a bit, but no worries. We'll try to get this on now. Bubaka ET fakie of half cab of Bubaka, fakie gyrator, briefcase bar spin, fakie pressure jam, fakie decade. Do like adjustment ratios check. I think it's a shade filter. Come on, this thing's hard for some reason. Man, this line is going to take me forever. I can already just tell. The chain keeps coming loose. And I guess it's this gear ratio that's pushing it up so much, so drastically, but yeah, that's real loose. Yeah. I need to fix that. I wonder if I put like a little piece of metal in between there and stop doing that. Let's actually try that. Because then it wouldn't push it out, right? If I had a little piece of metal in there. I think it's because it's gear issue or something. Some pegs. For some reason my pegs keep coming loose. Maybe it's because I'm banging on the ledge so hard or something, or what it is. It's definitely, I'm running my chain pretty far out too as well. So I think what I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and put a piece of little metal on there. Let's see here. There's like a chain sensors on it. I probably could even be able to take out a link. Getting that half back. Can't get that half cap food or a booba cap. Maybe that's a piece of sauce. This is gonna be a long cook to get, I think. I might have to just take the one that I landed like last week. I have to take that one from last week, yeah. For some reason that thing's super hard to get. Maybe. Actually has some light up in here too. Let's make it a little bit more dramatic. Some more light up in here. See, I run out of memory. And it's still going. half cab Bubaka's hard. That's what's getting me like every time. Half cab Bubaka, man. I gotta like. I think I keep hitting that table on the top. Actually, I know that's what I'm doing. This is the line I've been wanting to get, so it'll take a little bit of time. And I'll fish for it. I gotta just get that. I just gotta time that half cab right. Oh, that's brutal. Huh. I think it wouldn't be that hard, huh? For some reason it is. I guess what makes it hard is like every time I do the Abubaka, I'm coming into it with a different speed like every time. So I have to like change it, like re-gauge how I gotta do it. I'm on. Why can't I get this? It shouldn't be that hard, man. Like, I don't understand. I should be able to do it. Like, okay. Abubaka ET, fakie half cab Abubaka, fakie gyrator, briefcase bar spin, fakie pressure jam, decade. Into, what am I going to do into it, right? Maybe, I guess maybe fire hydrant, and then, I guess, yeah, maybe fire hydrant or something, tank 5 or something. Ooh, hit the edge of that thing. Oh, that was it. Murata, why can't I get it, man? Maybe if I review my clip. Darn, why is that half cab so hard? It's not even that difficult of a trick. For some reason I keep messing up on it. Dude, I should be able to do it. Oh, you know what it might be? Maybe. Oh, dude, I think it's that desk. I think I'm going to have to push that thing out a little bit more. Maybe push this back a little bit, right? Maybe if I do it like that, we just push this out just a little bit more. Because then that will give me a little bit more room right there. And that will do it. Because I'm like looking at it. And every time I get into that half cab, into that Abubaka, my front nose is hitting that top that top thing. It's messing me up. It's pushing me off. Oh, dude, it's right there. We're gonna get this line. I need to just like time it right. That's the hardest part, just timing it. So just like this. And you just time your cranking like this. Go in. Fakie, gyrator, briefcase. Go in. Fakie. Jam it. Go in. Fakie. Deck it. Simple as that. For some reason I can't do it. Let's see if we can redo it. Because I'm pretty sure I've done that with the old setup, right? This new setup's kind of harder, different to ride. I'm not used to it. Okay, round. What round is this? I have no idea how long this. Which one we're at now? We're at something. I know this has taken more than like a week. I've like tried this. Yeah, this line's probably been a week in the making so far. Let's go. Let's do this. Hopefully, this new little maneuver made it better. Oh, I think it did. I think we might have did it. I think we might have found the shut up. I think it might be kind of sticking far out now. Let's see what it looks like. Just hang 5 minutes. I guess it could have moved it. I gotta clean my tire off. Will the line be landed today? Like all this, I've been just working on this line just all day today. Alright, Bubblica, ET, fakie, half cab of Bubblica, fakie, gyrator, briefcase bar spin, fakie, pressure jam, fakie, decade. Yes, that is the line. Up the generator. Alright, I think I have it down now. Bro, that top, I think that top desk was messing me up, dude. I actually know it's been messing me up. I can see my marks. My front tire kept hitting it, and it pushed me off of that ledge. I was like, why is this trick so hard? I think I figured it out. Where are I get my stringent marking? Do this. I mean, I kind of want to do a no-hander, but I think I'm going to do the gyrator bar because it's easier than the no-hander. Eventually, I will do the no-hander. All right, let's go. Mess that up. Leave the madness one then. I've been after this one for a while. Probably on an attempt. I think past 100. Not for today, just because I've done it. I was trying this line all last week too, and I didn't get it. At least that thing's sturdy enough now and it ain't moving on me because it was kind of wobbly when I was doing it previously. Just a little bit more this way. Oh, I'm so glad I did that because I messed up that on this normal camera that I'm filming it on. All right, let's do this. Come on. Please let me do it. We gotta focus. It's that half cap Bubblica. That's the hardest part, I think. right there, dude. It's like, I feel like if I don't time that, my fakie correctly, like I can't do the hoop for some reason. Or maybe it's that thing that's hitting me too. Maybe I need to go like a little bit more that way, so when I go, I'm a little bit more on that edge. Because that is also on a tilt. So maybe that's what I should do. Yeah, that's what I should do. Ah, I'm trying not to get frustrated with this one. I gotta like time everything right. It's all about just timing. That's all it is. It's timing, and I have to hit this thing at the right. I have to just get that right timing with my cranks, I think. Come on, bro. What's wrong with me? Dude, that freaking half cab Buluka, dude, is hard. I don't know why. Every time I do it, it feels like I'm like doing it differently. I'm just like hucking it or something. Come on. What is wrong with me? I keep messing that thing up. Oh well. I guess this one ain't coming easy. We have to just grind for this one, I guess, right? For some reason I thought it was going to be way easier. Like, it was weird because I did do it. I did do like a variation of it earlier. A couple weeks ago, right? But for some reason I can't do it again. Man, I am not good at half Kababukas, I guess. It's weird because I was doing it on the curb. But I guess a curb's like, you know, it's not even that much different, right? Like, you think it would be like... I kind of feel like the wax is kind of pushing me off, too. I wonder if I waxed it too much. I did wax that side. I'm wondering if it's like... Huh. Maybe that's what's happening. Maybe I waxed it too much and it's pushing me off. Oh, dude, that's probably what's going on. Because I did wax that thing. It's probably waxed it too much. It's like pushing me off or something. Ow, fuck. There's some metal on there. Did not do that, I guess. There's no metal slitting on it now. Something cut me. Piece of metal cut me for some reason. Didn't go in me. let me learn this. You just got to time it. You think of me. Maybe I should work on something else, but I don't want to get this line. Ah! That was so close. Okay, maybe that's what I gotta do. I felt like that one, like, I did the abublica and then I kind of springed it back a little bit more. It gave me a little bit more time to think about the half cap abublica on that one. Brutal. I don't understand why it's so weird. You just gotta time it right. You just gotta get that right abublica. Because I think that's what's hard about it, is every abublica you kind of go in a different little circle. You just gotta master that little circle that you're in. I think that's what it is. We'll get it. It'll happen. It's good practice anyway. I do these tricks. That's the weird thing, is I've done all of these tricks, right? I'm just trying to put them all together. I'm trying to mash them all up. That's a big part. So close. Alright, so that was the closest one I've done so far. Oh, it's so close. Darn. We're getting closer. Jesus. That was so close. I thought that one was it. Darn. Let's see what I did. Because that half cap abublica is the hard part, I think. Alright, okay. Fakie. I think I'm doing a long fakie. For some reason, if I push it, if I compress it and then push that abublica out just like one more foot, yeah, okay, that's how I have to do it. Dude, that was it. Oh my goodness, bro. That was so close. Because I wanted to post something about getting the frame right, and I just been wanting to one up myself. It's not one up myself, but just do a clip that's just gnarly, right? Maybe not gnarly, I guess just gnarly for me. Because honestly, this clip's probably easy for some people, but for me right now, this is like, I'm struggling with this clip, okay? I could do all the tricks, I'm just struggling with them. I'm struggling to put them all together. Maybe today might be the day, or it might be another 2 weeks. Oh my goodness. Alright, let's do this. Abubuka. Abubuka, chainsaw. Fakie, fakie half cab abubuka. Fakie gerator. Briefcase bar spin, fakie pressure jam, fakie decade. How many tricks is that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think it's like 8 or something, like an 8. Might be an 8 piece. Something like that. Why can't I land this? Babushka. 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 All right. Just gotta focus on that half cab. Ah! Darn it. Fudge. It's like it's like I focus on the part that's hard and then I can't do the other part. Oh my goodness. We gotta get this long string combo. It's also kind of weird because I'm just doing it in silence. I'm trying to film it as a real clip though. So I kind of... At this point it's getting into the echelon. Oh, you know what I might do? I might do... I'm thinking about what I should do after. I might do some sort of hang 5 fire hydrant or something. Babushka! Babushka! Oh, come on, bro. What is wrong with me? I'm gonna check some coffee. Good thing this ain't at a real spot, bro. I would have got kicked out by now.
We are the youth of the nation. We are.
I wonder, how long have I been trying this clip? Today. I think it might be like an hour and a half or something. All right, let's go! Oh my goodness, I can't Bubuk anymore. I'm about to take a break from this line now. I think I'm just progressively getting worse. I almost landed it though, so like, thinking about it too much. Oh, you're kidding me, bro. I can't even do the Abubuka now. Dude, this club can drive me crazy. I guess it's because I'm like riding without music too. Do it. What is wrong? Why can't I do the half cab boot? Like that trick should be easy. Right? I kind of want to just like marathon mode it and just do it until I just land it. Come on. I'm so glad that thing was there. I almost flipped out. It's kind of scary. It was actually the first time I actually flipped. So like, there is a time when you get above the ledge, and if you don't have that thing right there, I would have just looped out right there. Whoop! Clean my room real quick. This thing's been a battle for me actually. It was weird. I thought this line was going to be like way easier. Bro, this thing has been a battle for me, dude. This thing is not coming easy. I thought I was just gonna, cause like I've been riding that curb, right? But the thing is that like, I guess the gear ratio and the curve, it kind of makes that half cab look a little different. Let's see. Is it still filming? At 9 minutes, 32. People probably just think I'm crazy just trying this over and over and over again, right? I wish I could just do it in one try. It's like, it's just, that's the weirdest part, is I can do all these tricks, but for some odd reason, I can't put them all together. Like, if I can do them all separately, that means I could do them all together, right? I guess it's the half cava bubica. That's the big part. Yeah. That's the one where I haven't really done too many half cava bubicas, I guess. Brutality, man. Oh my goodness, I'm getting beat up by this trick. Should not give up. We just gotta endure. I feel like right when I get that right one, it's gonna happen. It probably seems so like ridiculous because like I don't understand why I can't do this half cavaluga. Like every time I do it, it feels like I'm doing it different, right? And I can tell I'm doing it different because every time I do it, you know, I'm going in it and like I have this whole range I'm going in, right? So it's like I know I'm doing it different every time because of like how much speed I'm coming into it. That was almost it right there. Oh, that was so close. Darn, dude. You know how close I was on that? Oh, that was so close. Oh my goodness, bro. You know where I messed up? I messed up the fakie, and like I knew I didn't have enough speed. And I just sit there for like a second. And I was like, oh, I knew I messed up because when I get into the pressure jam, if I don't put a little oomph into it and then go fakie, I can't do the decade. Dude, that was so close though. I know this line's doable now, right? It's not impossible, it's doable. Like it is legitimately doable, like. Oh my goodness. Bro. You gotta be kidding me, dude. I almost landed it right there, dude. I guess I might as well just stream mark that because it was so close. Dude, that was way too close, man. No. I almost landed it right there, dude. You gotta be kidding me, bro. Oh my goodness, dude. Okay. goodness. Alright, let me delete this clip and we'll keep going. It's already 6 o'clock, man. Holy Toledo. Bruh. You I just think I'm crazy, huh? The thing is, I know I could do this line, right? It's like I know I could do this line, like I just know, I feel it. Like it's like I've done all these tricks before. I just haven't put them all together. I know I could do it though. I think the hardest part is I just have to time the half cab. Like you have to time it. You have to kind of like, I feel like the ones that I'm getting into it, I'm like pressuring the abublica just a little bit more. So I'm going like a foot out. And when I'm going a foot out, maybe it's like the timing of the cranks, but it gives me that like, it gives me a little different timing of the cranks so I can get in that abublica, half cab abublica. All right. See, this is the thing. This is why filmers don't film me, because I would feel so bad for a filmer trying to film this line. I'd be like, my bad, bro. I'm gonna be sitting here for a while. But this kind of line, anyway. Okay. All right, let's do this. Oh my god, I think I broke something. I just heard something crack, man. I don't know if it was the wood or something. Something just cracked on me. How crazy would it be to see someone do this first try? That would be insane, huh? That dude would get some crazy ground points. Just first tee, you know? Alright. Bolt right there. Man, this bro, I almost did it. I just gotta like time it. I just gotta be in the flow, dude. I think it's because I'm not listening to music. Because I know if I kind of want to have this as a real clip, right? So. Are you kidding me, bro? I have no idea. It's like, I think it's because like I keep hitting my tire on that top one. I kind of have to like get into the abublica, but get it into it a little bit more steep, so my tire doesn't hit that carpenter's table. Man, I did not think this line was going to be like this. This one is not coming easy. Why can't I do this? Okay, right here. Let's just go for it. Right here. It's like, man, I'm terrible at half cab because it's weird because like doing it on a curb, it's like way easier. But it's like, see how it's like 5 inches higher? It should be that much harder, right? I'm so glad no one's like trying to film this because like I drive me crazy. Ah. Man, that thing's hard. Should not be this hard. I must be doing something wrong. I don't know, man. It's like I've done it. That's the thing. So now I'm just like, what in the world? Like I've landed it before, but it's like so hard to get into for some reason. I feel like I'm running out of steam now. I haven't even landed anything all day. This is just going to be like single clip, a naughty single clip day or something. I don't even think I'm going to land it today. I mean, should I change the trick? Should I just not? I mean, I could just do a pressure jam, but I don't know. I want to do the Abulika, man. Yeah, the Abulika is where it's at. Because, like, I don't really think, you know, it's like, this one's getting me. Like, I'm so far into it, I just want to just keep going and try and land it, but this one's going down, man. String is still working. I don't know if it's still working.
test my endurance, huh? This is like an endurance marathon at this point. I'm like so close to it, it's ridiculous. And land this one. Let's see. I mean, I guess we could try something else too. Just want to do that one. Yeah, I don't know if this one's going down today. I'm gonna have to just take the L on this one for now. I guess we could try this one. I did have a thought of doing this one as well. It's easier, I guess. It's not hard. Let me turn your AC on that. Oh. That one went. That line. I literally almost landed it, and I don't know, man. I think it's hard, dude. I don't know why it's hard, but it's hard. Here you do some fire west. Oh, you're expecting, I guess. Fire west, maybe you can come finish. See if we do this one better. Oh, I'm 6'5" right there. Whew. Maybe it's a fire hydrant day.
Celebrate. 17 minutes. Nothing landed. Oh my eyes. Hoopagaba, hoopagaba, goobaga. Can't plan anything now. Man, today was brutal, bro. I did not land anything. You guys just battled that clip out. Holy moly. That battle and that ledge won, dude. That was a battle and the ledge won. Man, that thing's way more solid now. I can actually like grind it. What's up, legendary Frank? What up, Frank? What's up, dude? How goes it, man? Haven't seen you in a while, huh? Trying to figure out a line to do on him, man. It's been actually a really gnarly session. I haven't landed anything all day today. We're still at it. We're trying to do it. It's been hard. It's been a hard session today. Are you still a nurse? Weren't you a nurse? Or are you doing something else now? Okay. Oh, dude, that's awesome, man. I'm stoked for you, Frank. That's really cool, man.
Have you been riding your motorcycle? How's the motorcycle going, man? Oh, for sure, yeah. I feel you all there, man. I did get a whole new setup since you've been gone. Got a whole new setup. Got the Colt Tech frame. 19.9. Got some flatland bars. Got a whole new crank set with an 18.2 sprocket with this custom-made bash guard. Pretty stoked on it. I think I lost that trick. You like came in when I just battled. I literally tried this line for like 100 tries today. I'm like tired now. Oh, for the kids riding pedal bikes? I see. That's awesome. I know, dude, some of those, dude, that thing, like the wheelie bikes are getting really popular. So many kids are into that now. It's crazy. Oh, I almost did it. That was so close. That was too close, bro. Darn, dude. I've been so close to landing things today. I do it in traffic. That's funny. Oh, darn. I can't believe I almost landed at first seat. Controlled hooliganism. That's the key, huh? That is the key. I guess I haven't really been doing any no-handed tricks today. Ooh, that was so close.
so clear still, so raw. I know that no-hander's gnarly, huh? Oh, so close. It's so weird, like today, like I've been almost doing these tricks first try, and like, and I struggle with them. I'm not too sure, because I don't really know. Like, it's kind of hard to gauge. Like, I mean, maybe if there was like a survivor challenge, right? It's kind of hard to like, I guess maybe gauge that with the general populace. I can't even land anything today. It's weird. It's like one of those days where it's like, I'm struggling, bro. We be struggling, bro. We need to delete all these clips. I didn't land a single thing. Refilm this. I guess the tricks that I'm doing are kind of like tricks that I'm not very good at, except for girders. I can do girders, but some of these ride-ins are hard, man. Whew. Let's do a new one. Oh, darn. Almost. Man, I'm so inconsistent. Why are we so inconsistent? We do not know where we are. It's hot. But it is cooler up there, in here, so it's like maybe 7 degrees cooler in here. Ooh, that was it right there. I ride it hard. Pronto. think of like what other no-handed tricks I got. Get it? Oh, I'm tired. I'm so inconsistent today. Whoa, that was weird. One of those days, oh yeah, it's one of these days, man. It's gonna be one of these days, man. Woo! Is this copyright free? Oh, no. It is copyright, oh well. Oh, I can't do it, man. It's hard. I'm terrible today. Ooh, dang. What's up, dude? You gonna get a bike? I think the first thing to learn
is probably if you're left foot forward or right foot forward. So I'm left foot forward. If you watch me ride normally, I'm like left foot forward. So are you left foot forward or are you right foot forward, right? It's kind of like if you're left-handed or if you're right-handed. Then also like, which way do you spin? Do you spin this way or do you spin that way, right? And if you can kind of learn that first, it'll help you out. But yeah, I think if you're getting a BMX bike, I feel like maybe learning the wheelie first with the pedal pressure, right? But just like lifting up and looping out, you know, like kind of like this. I feel like you should learn this first. Just getting used to jumping, you know, like on your feet, because like that, if you learn that, it'll make it way less scary. Because like sometimes when you get into biking, like you kind of think that you're gonna loop out, you know, and like hit the back of your head. But if you just learn how to like loop out and go back to your feet, it makes it way less scary, right? So you should definitely learn how to do this. Like one of the first things I think. Yeah. And then from that one, you can learn like bunny hops, right? But that one's like the first thing that you should probably learn. Because then after you learn that, you can kind of like get into lifting up and then pushing forward, right? I can't have bunny hop in a while. Yeah. So just to do that, it's kind of like doing that same thing while I was looping out, but you like do a double punch in the air, right? So you lift up and do a double punch. But yeah, I think that's what you should learn. That's hot. It is hot, boys. That was a hot one. I haven't landed anything all day. It's one of them brutal days, man. One of them brutal days. I think so. I mean, that's kind of the only exercise I do. I do lateral raises sometimes. Lateral raises. I do pull-ups, lateral raises sometimes just to get my delts and my lats. That's about it. It was close, man. Are there any tricks you want to? Are there any tricks that you're like thinking of learning? The other thing that I want to mention is that this style of BMX riding is called flatland. You know, it's not really like there's not jumps. I mean, I'm kind of doing like park flatland street kind of, but yeah, this the kind of the style that I'm in is flatland, right? So that's another thing I want to mention. Ooh, let's see if we can do this one. Nope.
Is the manual the same as a wheelie? No, it's not. So a wheelie is actually with your pedals. And there's also like the sit-down wheelie, where you sit down wheelie, and then there's also the wheelie where you stand up. Let's see if I can do a sit-down wheelie. I haven't done one in a long time. So this is a sit-down wheelie. Okay. They're actually kind of hard. I'm just really mess around with it. There's the stand-up wheelie. Right. And then there's the manual. Right. And then there's the peg wheelie. Many variations of the wheelie. And not standing. Yeah, you gotta kind of like use your, use your pedal pressure, right? And then with the manual, it's kind of just like lifting up and leaning back. So close. I don't. I feel like I'm still kind of a beginner in flatland. I haven't even landed anything all day. That's the crazy thing. I have not really landed anything all day. Normally I land a bunch of clips, but it's hard today. So I'm already like 4 hours in. I haven't even landed anything. It's crazy. Actually really gnarly. Thinking about it. I hope your day's going to... You know what kind of bike you're going to get? Or what bike you kind of want to get? I suggest getting a Colt, man. Super reliable. And really nice people. Help me out. Riding routes, help me out, man. Fast riding routes. Yeah, buddy. I guess I should maybe work on that one. That was cool. Oh, Mongoose, okay. Or GT. Nice, dude. Yeah, I guess like if you want to learn like flatland stuff, you can kind of learn flatland on any single bike. There's actually even a style of riding called artistic cycling. You should check out Viola Loves Cycling. Let me type her name in. Viola Loves Cycling. Yeah, check out that chick. So she does it on like big bikes, and it's crazy. It's so insane to see. Like type her name on like YouTube or something. She's really, really gnarly. What was I trying? What was I trying? Oh yeah, that's what I was trying.
Oh, darn. I gotta do a no-handed line, honestly. Have you done competitions? No, I haven't really done competitions, honestly. I feel like I'm not good enough. I do feel like I'm not good enough. I'm bad at this. Oh, man, I can't land anything today. Woo. Not moving. Well, there's like a couple different ways. I guess there's like, I think there's, this is the normal track stand, right? I guess that one's kind of hard. Like, I know there's a way you can use pedal pressure. I guess that one's hard, but there is this one, which is easier. That one's called the main track stand. I know it looks harder, but actually the other one's harder. Just the one where I'm standing up is actually harder. No, one of my front pegs is not on it. Here, let's see here. Let me show you how to do it. It's actually one of the first tricks I learned in flatland. So you kind of balance like this, and see how my back foot's like that. Like this. See, like look at this foot right here. I put it behind my tire. See? It's called a track stand. It's one of the first. It's actually like one of the first flatland tricks I learned. So how you start it is like, see how my seat's really high up, and I'm grabbing my seat like this. So I'm grabbing the end of my bar and I'm grabbing the end of my seat, and I'm pressing the front brake right here, and then going like this. And you can hold it like this too, because it's a good hold as well. You can balance it off, and then see how this foot's out here, right here. You put it behind the tire right here. You hold it. You bring it to the bars to your thigh, and you can let go. And that's called the track stand. You can also go backwards in it. So reverse it, press the front brake, and let go of the front brake, and put your foot on the top of your tire, and you can scuff it down and go backwards. It's like one of the first tricks I actually learned. Let's see here. My Vegas playlist.
Oh yeah, another good one to learn is the endo. Like, see how I'm doing that? You can learn how to go fakie. That's called the endo. I feel like you should learn that one too. It's kind of hard to ride in here, that's the thing. I generally just do like I generally sometimes just ride up it and then ride back down into fakie. I'm tired. It's hard. Yeah, I haven't landed anything all day, man. I don't know what's up with me. It's just one of those days, man. Can't land anything. Try that one. Whew. Oh, have a good one, man. Dude, thanks for stopping by, man. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing good, man. Remember to just keep trying your best and have fun. It's the best thing, right? That's cool.
vertical.
All right. Man, I'm so off today. Try another thing. You know, I think I'm lying all day today. Jeez. Only thing I've landed. All day, bro. Man, that was brutal. That was gnarly, dude. The only thing I landed all day, bro, that was that Undertaker line. Today's like off, man. I think that line I was trying earlier just defeated me, dude. It like wore me out, dude. I got tired from that thing. I almost landed that one earlier today. Whoa, that looks insane. See, can we land another line?
This is fair. This is your dog living their best life.
We got hang 5 to double peg. I kind of wanted to try that. it's so hard to do all this stuff? Some days it just feels easy, but today it just feels hard. I don't know why. The other day I was landing so much stuff. Brutal. What was that, bro? I was literally super close to landing on the back on the quarter pipe. Oh man. Dude, it's still 101 out. It's crazy. This thing's so cold. Are you kidding me? What is wrong with you, bro? Today is like, I'm like almost there on all these things that I'm learning while I'm trying to land. It makes no sense. This isn't that hard, like.
Organized team using the highest quality teammates. No artificial flavors.
I guess that's the thing, it's like, this one, I always feel like it's not hard, but I can never land it. That's the other thing. So there's that. Brutal. Oh my, I'm really trying to land this time. I'm not, I mean, if I could land it first try, I would land it first try. You can't do it, I don't know why. I've landed it before. Alright. It's actually hard to do now. I don't know why. I always mess up it's like I always mess up the squeaker because like you're going at it at a different angle. It's like hard until I correct it. Like, if I'm a little bit too far this way, it pushes me that way, right? I have to like, I guess that's the thing is you have to like squeaker it in just the right angle, but like, that's kind of why I like do another circle because it slows me down. It's like hard to do. It's fun. It's fun, but it's hard. Maybe like a break or something. So close. You're right, it's crazy, but it's hard. I don't know why it's so hard. It's just hard. I don't know. my tags disappeared. I kind of landed that one. I think we're gonna end the stream. I think it's time to end the stream. We landed 2 clips. Brutal. We landed something, I guess, today. That's cool. Yeah, we landed the Undertaker line. Oh, let's leave it with some verses. Today was hard. I really struggled landing. I only landed two lines today in like 3.5 hours. That's gnarly. I'm going to end it with some strength. Let's see here. A tranquil heart gives life to the flesh, but envy makes the bones rot. Proverbs 14 verses 30. Anyway, everybody, farewell. This stream was gnarly. The Bible study went good. The biking, on the other hand, I didn't land basically anything. We out of here.